Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyway, somehow. Also, hi. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hope you are having a very nice Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. It is Sunday, right? It is Sunday. I hope you are having a nice Sunday and or Saturday, time zones and stuff. But still, it's getting a tiny bit concerning because somehow I'm sorry. And somehow I'm coughing a lot more than yesterday for whatever reason. I don't get it. But it is very weird. I don't get it. I'm weirded out. I'm scared. I'm kind of scared because I don't know what's going on with. Sometimes the cough lingers. Yeah, but when it gets worse on the next day, it's kind of concerning to me personally. I guess it does happen, but still, I don't like it. Wait, I'm pretty sure no one likes it. So yeah, I don't like it. I need at least recovering. Well, yesterday I feel like I was recovering. Like, today, weirdly, not as much. Right? Today I feel slightly worse than yesterday somehow. Sorry, give me a second. But yeah, it's just a cough though. Actually, my nose feels better, slightly, but my cough gets a lot worse today. How's going on? Could be better, but it's fine. It's just being sick. How was your day? Morning was pretty okay. It is extremely hot though. I'm still sort of sweating. I'm still kind of sweating when I'm in an air-conditioned room, so it is interesting to say the least. It is hot today. Well, honestly, not just today, but for the past few days, it has been hot. Real hot. Kind of weird, but at the same time, this is tropical weather. I guess that makes sense. The hug. I like hug. Maybe not so much of a kiss, though. There was something I wanted to say, but I suddenly forgot. It happens too much when brain kind of just shuts down and it's like, well, not shut down, but more like reset, a restart. I don't know. It's weird. But honestly, I'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. And this time, I didn't eat my. I didn't eat my drowsy medicine this time by mistake, because yesterday I ate my medicine by mistake and I was like, oh shit, it's the drowsy one, and then that medicine hits me like a truck, and I just have to go sleep for a little bit yesterday. That's why I start really late. Yesterday, I think yesterday I started at 2:30, which is about like 2.5 hours late, I'm pretty sure. Not that good, but at least it didn't happen today. Today I had my medicine, but those are no, not this one. No, not this one. Is it this one? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this is the non-drowsy. I don't know why I'm showing it to my camera. You guys can't even see it. This is the non-drowsy one. And so it's a spray here. It's also the non-drowsy one, so I'm using this one. You can see it. Heck yeah! I play Monster Sanctuary to its entirety, and it's super duper fucking amazing. Play sound in the background. I like that. Because I want to do this real quick. Capture this. Monster Sanctuary is so good. I have my dragon team, and it's so much fun. One thing I'm slightly sad about this game. I like sound in background when streaming, but I hate it when offline. Oh yeah, true. Honestly, same. Sound in background while streaming just feels more at ease? Question mark? Can I say that? At ease? It's way better than just no sound at all. Yeah. When streaming, at least, I get that. There's a distinct lack of dragons in this game, and I am slightly upset about it. I hope they add more dragons in the future. Sorry. I kinda want to get a BGM made instead so I don't have to worry about it. Oh. A self-made BGM for yourself? That's tough. I never thought about making my own music. How would I start? Oh, I think that's tough as balls. Sirix, have you ever tried fishing? I have, actually. Folks recommended it as quite relaxing, so I gave it a go. Well, what did you think of it? I liked it. Haven't done it in quite some time, but I thought it was nice. My throat. It's so itchy. I'm sorry. Got a fresh catch for my monsters too, so we all got something out of it. Then that's one more thing we have in common. I certainly enjoyed it myself. Helps winding down, gives resting a purpose. Do you rest regularly, Sirix? Sometimes, mostly when my monsters need to. You should do it more often, especially for yourself. If that doesn't work differently for you, eat the menses, of course. Helps free the spirit. A clouded mind tends to jump to drastic solutions more quickly. No one needs that. I don't make music. I have a mood board of music though. Mood board. I guess I do listen to some different music when on different occasions. Scratch it? I can't. How do I scratch my inside throat? And that's why I regularly rest, fishing alongside to enjoy my time being here even more. We all need that deep down, I'm sure of it. Hi, Evie. What? Oh, I need this. I'll make it. Oh, Evie is doing it. I want this and this. More hidden month. You could. What's with that could? That has a quotation mark. You know how I told you about imagining my past life as a monster? Well, to be honest, I've written down some of those imaginations. The most detailed one is the one where I was an ooze. Can you imagine that? Me, an ooze? No way. You as an ooze? I just can't imagine it. You have to look beyond appearances. On the inside, I'm perhaps not so different from an ooze. Anyways, let me tell you about my life as an ooze. Or maybe another time. Oh, this must be the hidden month. Oh, this is a scorpion, right? Sirix, you're an Ethermancer. You know things, don't you? Is there anything in particular, or do you just mean in general? The whole thing with the monster deities and vigil, we've talked about it if you remember. Or at least you heard me ramble about it. And Ayoy! My throat feels very weird today. Maybe? Anyway, let's cut to the Snallygaster's tale, so to speak. Sorry, Sally. Did the monster deities really build Vigil? Unfortunately, the topic of the monster deities is one of those things that we Ethermancers are not meant to talk about. Yeah, that just grows my curiosity by tenfold. Hey, 100-fold. I can say that monster deities did exist. I can't say who created them or why. Well, that tells me a lot. I like the merchant. Sirix, how are things with closing the void? Any progress? A little bit. The whole thing seems to be even bigger than I anticipated. I could have told you that. This darn void keeps growing like it owns the place. I meant in scope, complexity-wise. I see. Any progress in what's causing it? I have an assumption, but I can't say for sure yet. Let's hope I'm wrong. Well, shoot, son. Not until I'm certain. Even then, I'll do my best, you have my word. That'll have to do for now. Oh. I like this. More gold and then plus this. There goes all my money. Have you ever met Mithras, the one they call Ethermancer Regent? I know them, one of the 15 original Ethermancers created by Sol, and all of the 3 founders of Aquilus. Indeed, and they are the only one of the 3 founders who still reside in Aquilus. They are a true believer of the cause. One only needs to hear them speak to know. One day, Aquilus will become the guiding light of Terraste, Sirix. Maybe. Oh. Oh, that could have been nice. Whoa. Some good upgrades. Oh god. Each enemy monster has an additional trait. Regular enemies have 20% higher health, bosses have 50% higher health. And then I only get more 20% worthiness? which will cap. I want to rant about this. Give me a second. This thing is so weird to me, right? So the normal difficulty is like this. The heroic difficulty adds so much, right? I don't really care about the corruption is capped at 99% health, so one health left essentially. Monster will have additional trait, and monster will have more health. What do I get? Wardiness gain plus 20%. And what does that do? Wardiness, to my understanding, wardiness will cap at level 6 or 5, I think. There's no way to check, I'm pretty sure, but like it capped at 6. So why do I gain more wardiness but not EXP? You know, maybe one more EXP on one monsters, I think, each fight. I'm just gonna try that. Whatever. To me personally, this sucks. The heroic difficulty sucks. Yeah, 5, and then it's already the maximum, I'm pretty sure. Do I bring bird? I'll bring bird. Food. I need... Oh. I'm afraid to ask, but I'll do it anyway. What are you doing here in the void, man? What's that supposed to mean? Don't I look like I can defend myself? I apologize. I was just wondering what reason you had to go into the void in the first place. Well, the end of the world has come crawling up to our doorstep. And it's not like I'm getting a lot of customers right now either. So I'm doing whatever I can to help deal with this whole void business. That's real nice. Boop. Boop. I'll make it. Boop. Night, Becky. And the spin. Hope Becky's doing good. Ify Putty. New perk for Dragon. I guess power chance is good. Chicken. Nice. Yeah, see? This is what I mean by the wordiness caps at 5. So I feel like the run is just the difficulty up. It's just difficulty up without benefit. I might as well just say that there's no benefit on difficulty up. Just a run that's harder. Elemental challenge. Is it all just Earth Elemental challenge? I thought of Earth Monster. That's a lot of poison. Ah, makes sense. I feel like this could be good since Dragon is like a dedicated healer. Yeah. I like this one still. I might be a lot more quiet today. I don't know why my throat feels even worse today. Oh, I have blood pact, right? So if I keep healing, this is so stupid, but this might work. Don't even need psychic for that. Oh, Lily? I know the healing magic of mandragoras is poisonous to humans and monsterkin, but I still don't think they're bad. They just want to heal everyone they come across. They don't know any better. Yeah. I believe you're right. I'm quite fond of my mandragora too. I knew it. Mandragora's a kid. Oh no. Because I took this one, now we have a conundrum. I took the joust thinking that the third monster I'm gonna get is another attacker, which I didn't take. Should we change that trait? Oh my god, I'm coughing way harder today. Hi Solar. Check your DM48. Oh funny, yet the Menser? On the 3k damage? Yeah, healer. The kitty has a lot of psychic skills as well. I like that kitty. I haven't got that one yet. Maybe I should reroll the trait of the bird. I mean, Joust is good, but because bird is like is the only dedicated attacker now. There's no need. Nice. Give me teeth. More ether is monsterkin. Yeah. Animals are made out of 3% ether. Humans are made out of 10% ether. Monsters are made out of 50% ether, an amount they cannot fully handle on their own, thus becoming a threat to others. Not always though, there are tame ones as well. True. Monsterkin on the other hand are human bodies inadvertently constructed with a slightly higher amount of ether, bringing them just a notch closer towards monsters. This results in monsterkin being made out of 11% ether. Oh. Damage based on max HP. Ramping crocodile HP hurt. 170. I was hitting for 30 HP and activation. Plus I was using Pundulu another 2. Don't know what that is. Is that a shiny dog? It is a shiny dog. Nice. I don't like the harder difficulty run. Doesn't give much benefit. Uh-oh. I thought that's gonna kill. The benefit is accomplishment. It feels more satisfying dunking on higher difficulty. I guess. When it happens, it's good. I just feel a little bit dumb when the worthiness caps and the only extra benefit we got is extra worthiness. I guess. I guess. I'll take this one. That's super rude. Those are all good. I'm sorry, I guess. Yeah. I hate it. I feel even worse today. I think it's a shiny chicken. What happened? Ooh. Interesting synergy, I guess. But it feels like my dragon and Mandragora can hardly heal. Ooh. Wait, that's really good, no? Hell yeah. Guess why I finally got a memento this round? Bird? Heck yeah. I mean, Epic is the highest loot drop. It's not that good. I'll get water. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. I guess that does mean more gold, yeah. Oh, my mind must be playing tricks on me now. A real Yetamancer in the flesh. Or in the Yeta. Indeed, my name is Sirix. Who are you? I'm Zanra. I live in Pilgrim's Rest, but I'm a bit of an adventurer. I was just wondering though, for somebody in the void, is it normal to feel kinda weird? If you've been staying in here for too long, yeah. I advise you to seek respite in Pilgrim's Rest immediately. Alright. It's just that I haven't really been outside of Pilgrim's Rest that often. And don't worry, that path behind me should be fairly safe. Nice. Hey, Brian. Dragon? Dragon.
you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
No. What happens if I cough while in Kobo mode? Will I do like a tiny cough? And cough with a K? Oh. I'm like trying my best to... I try my best to hold back the cough. Oh, that's pretty good, no? I did end up stealing a copy from Exxon. Oh, it's all good. I send you the call. I do kind of want to hear just once the Kobo might cough. I guess it's gonna happen soon. I haven't seen that ability before. That's mega healing. Yeah, but Clance's debuff currently feels really good. And Psychic on Mandragora feels kind of funny. I want this. That must have sounded very jank. Two Psychic?
I guess I did everything here. I'll get loot. Oh. That works. Applies 1 dodge to self and shield each ally for 2 on dedicated support action. This one is also good, but I feel like I'm not gonna have problems with... I'm not gonna have problems with Ether now that I have the healing brew. And this could be fun, I feel like. But... No, it's such a conundrum when everyone is a support. When everyone is a support, it's so funny. I'll take this one. Yeah, all of them are great. Like, actually great. Hi, Akon. Oh my god. Mandragora Psychic? Nicely. How much weakness on that? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Does it trigger more than once? Because if it does, it's kinda stupid. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah. They're dead. It's a dead dragon. That was a bad play on me. Or not? 111? 1 health? Easy. Oh, nice plushie. Retaliate applies to each direct attack. So long as it's in on the same turn. Once per combat. Gonna play some PS1 games till I fall asleep to your voice. Thanks for always for hanging with us. Of course. And thanks for always lurking, and I hope I haven't been too loud with my coughing. I'll mute myself whenever I'm about to. Have good EP when it comes to that. Like my Krokodoko, that last run had such high shielding because he had 2 retaliate strikes that I gave it shield. Oh. No bother. I appreciate that. Hope you start feeling better soon now. Yeah. Get well. Yeah. I want to, but I don't know why today I feel even worse. That's quite a curious monster you got there. That steel bird of yours. Oh wait, we've seen this one already. Indeed. Warm tea, hot steamy showers. Yeah. I love hot steamy showers. If there's a dragon there, even better. If you had to do short stream to get better, we understand. Feeling worse is because you're getting better. It's weird. Oh, that is very weird. Easy warm food like white rice. Boop. This is such a weird team that I have right now. If I go through playing monsters I haven't maxed, it will make me use stuff that I don't like, so I'll learn them better. I guess. I'll let that be a future me problem. I feel like water is way... Yeah, water is very important here. Wind is alright. Both Dragon and Mandragora requires water ether. Mythic? I assume that's like the next difficulty. dragon sidekick. No corruption yet, right? Wait, there is already corruption. I'll do it next turn. Plant buddies? Mandragora buddies. Dragon's so cool. Only going to make myself use the main monster as unmaxed though? Oh, I used the max main monster. I don't want to reroll to see what I have, to see what the bird has. I mean, this 2 force to self is pretty good, I feel like, but it's a free action. I want to see what else. No, actually, I'll take this. Just be safe. Oh, this is good. Although heal does trigger on psychic for the record, yeah it does, but we already have more than enough heal. We just need to do more damage. If I can get this and then get this, would be good. I would think. Money. I feel bad honestly. This week the stream that I do is sort of it's so uneventful. Who's that? That's a new monster. And a shiny. Cheroof? One over burn, break 1 points. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I will not have enough. I guess I just attack. I will differ because I'm downloading game. Oh yeah, sure, no problem. I actually think the blood pack might kill here, which would be very funny if that happens. I need to do a very soft heal. Okay, I have a lot of... so I'll just do this. Oh my god. Normal hit kills? Oh no, what I do? Burp or Jin? More choice of another twice things synergize. Jin? Jin is also bird too, right? I never seen... I never used Jin before, so... One health? One health? Who's doing the sidekick? Oh, Mandragora is doing the sidekick. Ooh, please. Mandragora, don't crit. Is that a crit? Oh, okay. I'm lucky. Nice. Well, I couldn't get the shiny Nosferatu. Where did you download this game? On Steam. I'm gonna heal until they're dead. I'm being toxic. Oh. Yeah, but blood pack is kind of scary when there's two dedicated healer here. Plus 2 regeneration healing. Nice. I never used either since I only got burp last run. Nice, give me teeth. Tira Toxic called me blue? I'm not blue, I'm normal? Did I say blue? Oh shit. But Zeus is kind of blue, right? You know, since you are sort of like blue in color. Very cool, dog. What is Torment's Blessing? What does it do? That curses artifacts submerge. It curses equipment, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's the result of Commander Torment's experiment with the dark arts. Through endless tampering with the ether in the water, Commander Torment was eventually able to boost its potency at the cost of unavoidable side effects. He managed to transfuse its modification into everything submerged within. At first, he tried boosting his soldiers, quickly realizing that one should not tamper with the ethereal structure of living beings to their loss. But their equipment, however, yielded the result he anticipated. And boosting their capabilities with neglectable side effects on the wearer. All a desperate attempt by the fortress's final commander to defend the holy city of Vigil. Nice, thank you for the teeth. Into Wolpertinger? It should be fine. It gives them power, very nice. Need to reduce the corruption. 8 stack of weakness. I guess Ether is still slightly not enough. Slightly. Oh, it's a free support action? Sure. I love that this is possibly a team you could run first time playing. Yeah. This is all in... Oh, this is all in Pilgrim's Path. My Rise Studios never disappoint. Since I choose my bird starter, you know, the Forbidden Fortress look much scarier on the outside. Hush, did you hear something? Must be some ghastly monsters around the corner. Are you scared, Myron? What, me? Scared? You gotta be joking. Those monsters better run from me. I suppose you're right. You do seem scarier than anything here in the Forbidden Fortress. Thank you. I love the chef. Still Lily more? Yeah, Lily is just precious. At the cost of 7 corruption. Mandragora. 2? Oh my god. The least amount? Oh. You can attack and heal? I'm using this all the time. I can trigger Sidekick. Because now the problem is that Bird has too much Sidekick all the time. So Vampiric Seed is good. Oh my god, there are actually no fire? Please be fire. Okay, thank you. should I generate Sidekick first? No fire again. All support action. Oh, so when the initial ether that I got, it's not fire, then we have a problem. Once per turn, Live and Learn applies 1 dodge and 2 regeneration. Only apply to the first hit of each attack. Allies deal +2 crit damage for every stack of force on them. I mean, this is good. Getting hit, and I can get 2 regeneration and 1 dodge. That could trigger this, right? On this monster, then yeah, no, maybe not that good. Leadership could be good. I'm taking leadership. Neat fact. Yellow traits are maverick traits. Maverick traits, which are rare combo based on your party traits. Oh. Oh. Wind damage +1 is huge. Yeah, I want this one. I almost killed. Already 10 stacks of power? $45? Oh yeah, but there's no sidekick. Oh, oops. Basic attack 14-14. But I'm doing this so that they can give more corruption to me though. Are you having fun? Oh hell yeah! I feel like I can spend many hundred hours on this game. There's something about roguelike monster team building games that I really like. Upgrade tier if possible and pick a rare affix plus curse affix for it. Ooh. If I can get an epico boots. Sure. %66.6% chance to purchase one of your own ether in random. Oh no. Consume one random buff on self? On action, apply force. On action, apply burn. I forgot how shitty this Torment's blessing is. It's not even a blessing. I'll just get defense +1. At least my bird feels more worthy. Yeah, I have allowed 1 debuff removal. Guess that could help. Oh! Whenever buffs are applied to this monster, applied on the stack of the same buff cannot trigger itself. Evasion, crit damage, and force chance. If Dragon has this, Dragon can get really crazy here. Because this means that Dragon can really stack that power buff a lot. Like a lot. And then when Dragon gives the power buff to the teammate, Drum is so good though. The problem is Mandragora doesn't really apply buff to this monster. Dragon has it, that's why I want to change the drum. Ah, fuck it. Hiya. I was gonna take the force one for big crit and cleanse the burn. Oh yeah. It's all good. It has some really cool animations. Did I say that before? Well, at least that kills. Oh boy. A lot of terror stacks from them. think one bird is missing is like a dedicated attack skill. Supersonic Strike is not that good. Yeah, just... Oh, I already did it, okay. I almost did something stupid. Oh, why did they get burned instead? Roll on them. 19, 16, 16. What a nuke. No tank, Jin low max health. Naga instead of my worm. Snake very cool. Every 3 power applied to allies generate 1 random ether. I want the heal generate ether one. Give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna reroll once. If this was this monster's second action of the same turn, it generates wild ether? At the end of your turn, consumes wild ether. Deals 3 damage hit to this monster for each. Yeah, I need 2 actions to like get one wild ether back. It's alright, I guess. Yeah, wild ether good though. I need to do like the snow charm and then do the healing brew. Essentially, if I do healing brew as a second action, the first trait scares me. I wanted to use the first trait. It's good. If I use all the wild ether, I'm not gonna get hit. Yeah, it does self damage. I'm taking it. For every 3 consume regeneration stack, apply power to the ally with the least amount of power. Water action from any ally. Regeneration to the ally with the lowest amount of regeneration. Vampiric Seed is not... Vampiric Seed is not water action, no? If I can get this and then get this, oh my god. Let's get this one first. Vampiric is... Is it water? Let me take a look. Oh, it's earth water? I thought it's fire water. Oh my god, GG. It is earth water. I like power boon. Okay, I already do everything here. Good. Merchant 76 money. I can get to merchant on my next. After defeating the boss. Let's get epic. Well. Nice. Right, let's hope I can win against this. Shiny Jotun. I never used Jotun before. Changes the H trait to poison. I hate this thing's icy assault. Oh, you don't have any... Oh. Explosion? Nice. They all feel interesting to find and to use, which is why a lot of games so you can recruit bosses fail at, in my opinion. Like, Moirai never disappoints when it comes to like balancing of the game. Because in most games, when recruiting bosses is the thing, right? Usually it'll be like, oh, if I use the boss, I'll be strong as hell. Whereas in both Monster Sanctuary and now Mancer, you get to recruit the boss, right? And then the boss doesn't like break the game entirely. You still have to build upon the boss's like strength, or like build along your team's synergy. This game is cool as fuck. Yeah, they still feel unique. Moirai Studios is just good gosh golly, you know, good gosh golly. Many weakness. Oh. Thank God that was a long miss. Nice. Hi, Roland. Oh my god, you got the game? Yeah, I've been playing for the third day now. Third? Yeah, I think it's a third day of me playing this game. So fucking good. Like, I love Monster Sanctuary. Now they got Yetomancer? Ooh. Kill. Mega buff. Healing wave can kill? I actually didn't know I could kill there. Still flying the bird? I got the bird as starter. I got the starter but with a basic from Durgan? Really? This is better. This is better. Oh, it doesn't give force though. I can get force like this. Nice. It's worse for using force, so I shouldn't be using force? Welcome to the Forbidden Fortress, T-Rex. Beautiful? It's charming. I knew you had good taste. Of course, the Forbidden Fortress is our home. That explains some things. Can't buy anything. Water damage, initial weakness. First set of each attack into wild, while damage plus 4. I kind of want to give this to Burb. Even though Burb doesn't do water damage, but the ether chance is really good. 50% chance to generate on any action. And then there's initial weakness. That one is not as much, but still pretty cool. I want it. Oh, defense plus 1. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Nah, it's good. Here you go. Good enough. A random NPC. Oh. It's nice to take in the scenery and fast past this place unveils. A bit overgrown, yes, but doesn't that only further enrich the tale? Each vine, each leaf, each building has its story to tell. We simply need to listen. I feel like Dragon could change to something better than Talisman. Gamble, gamble. Hiya. Oh. I mean, Ocarina is good. You have +5. Initial force. Definitely not chain. Dodge chance 25% is kinda huge. One sidekick from Dragon. Regeneration healing could be good. Fine. You like someone build too OP and like cheap? Good luck. Give me the crystals. I think I only play summon once on Emmet. Was it 2 Emmet? No fire. What? I miss using the crocodile. That the more you heal, the more damage you deal, but it's also broken. Sphinx Summoner. I'm a healer but loads gun. Kinda feels that way with Sphinx. If all builds are broken, are any of them? That's what I was about to say too, yeah. In this game, I believe in Moira and their balancing team. Any build in both Monster Sanctuary and Earthmancer can be broken, I would say. Which makes Moira Studio so fucking amazing. Maximum wardiness again. Poison build kinda hard? You haven't found the synergy for it yet, I guess. I'll just get max health for this. Oh, you also have this? Oh. Ooh. Blood drain. Oh, heal self. That could help the burp damage. On single target attack, 2 weakness. Wind damage, initial force. Evasion plus 15%. Ah. They're all good though. I mean, I'm spamming weakness on them by using support moves already. Scrap. I'm here again. Give me your teeth. Most of my time I hide underground. Inside this void, you can find me on the pilgrimage path. I have the urge to help anyone crossing my path by healing them. Oh, that's Mandragora. Although to humans and monsterkin, my healing magic turns out poisonous instead. We literally heard about Lily talk about this, so it's Mandragora. I posted a cute baby snake in the Discord general. I'm gonna look at it right now. God, it's so small. Oh, I love that. Oh my god. Also, hi, Ninya. It's a very small snake. Very polite too, looks like. Mandragora have an innate urge to protect others. They truly do. They probably wouldn't heal humans and monsterkin anymore if they could comprehend the effects of their healing magic has on them. But alas, this is the cruel irony of their fate. And through their help towards monsterkin and humans, they've become an infamous threat, being slain on sight by the very ones they care for. That's fucked up. It's a baby king cobra. Ooh. Baby king cobra is so cute. It's a shiny Medusa. Oh, I'm really getting debuffed. Oh no, debuff. Wait, I don't have drum, do I? Wait, I do have drum. Nice. Ooh. What happened to the game just now? Oh, I only have one. But I don't have the kitty and don't have Dusa. I'll get the kitty. Anyone has corruption? Yeah. I mean, sure. Oh my god. Man, they do crazy debuff. Couldn't even stagger that Dusa. Nice. I mean, even if I can stagger that Dusa, I don't have blank momentum already. Oh, that just breaks. I honestly didn't think my dragon and mandragora team can go this far. I want to debuff. Cleanses debuff. Nice. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. If I get this one, then oh, I'm gonna take I'm gonna take 6 damage every turn. Maybe it's not that good. I'll take this one instead, actually. Applies power to self, and then I can transfer all the power stacks to my teammates. I think that's pretty good. I'm taking that. Wind or wild damage? Only Burp is doing the wind damage. No one is doing wild. I think the first one is good. The first one's good. Real good. But I don't want to I don't want to make my dragon take 6 damage per turn. Yeah, but it only triggers up to once per ally. And because my dragon has here this one, I took Void Burn. I know you cannot see it, but at the start I generate 2 Wild Ether. At the end of my turn, for each Wild Ether eaten, I will take 3 damage each. So it's like, I feel like it's the first time I have to manage the amount of ether that I generate. I'll take this. Actually, I want to reroll and see what I get. Yeah. Heals target ally for 5, shields them for 3, applies 1 to force. Dodge only increase evasion by 12 per stack. Doesn't get consumed when attacked. After an ally's turn, they consume 5 stack of dodge to reactivate their turn. Huh? Never tried haste before. I'll give it a try. Oh no. Oh yeah, I wanted this. Okay. Now we can stack many power stacks. I have also posted a hyena cub with a pinky. With a pinky? Oh. Hyena baby. So small. Did I go through everywhere? Oh wow, I did. This is Envoy. Eat the crystal. The flower, you can dash on flower. Too late. It's okay. I don't have the blank dolls anymore. I don't have blank memento. I cannot get circuit. So every action that has a water, I will get 1 regeneration stack. staggered. Oh. So many power stacks. Oh, I don't have enough. I don't have enough either? Oh no. That's the first. Ow. So many buffs? I'm playing as, like, the mega buff team, so I guess that makes sense. Regeneration. Nice. Oh. My dragon is stuck again. Nice, there we go. Shiny obelisks were built by the Monster King to commemorate the monster deities. They were built after the monster deities' mysterious disappearance. The Monster King sought to pay tribute to them in hopes that they would eventually return. Over time, their function transitioned to keeping the memories of the monster deities alive, not unlike gravestones. Oh. It's like 65 health and then 60 health is so squishy. Lost to Warden? Oh, oh. Oh, that's a lot of poison stack. I don't like that. Four stack poison? Oh, there's way too many stacks of poison. What? How many turns do you get? What? Is Lamentation of Woe is like a bonus turn thing? Retaliate, it cleanses one debuff from self. Every 4 debuff cleansed from self triggers an attack that deals 1 to 4. To all enemies and apply 4 affliction to each enemy. So they put in 2 Medusa to fuck with my build. Too bad it's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna be enough. Get out of here.
Hello, and welcome.
Sheriff Rattle Shake Poison. I love Rattle Shake Poison. Well, I love Rattle Shake without the poison part. Hi, welcome in. Also, thanks for the follow. I'll just get more max health. Scrap. Feels like Burp definitely needed that. The friendly sheriff, I protect every living creature. Dang, that's huge. I only seen some shows. Sheriff is like mayor question mark? Because in Malaysia I don't think I heard of the word sheriff. We have 92 money. Yeah, we should go to the merchant. I've noticed that the structure of Vigil was strangely rigid and orderly, and especially hierarchical. I don't even know what that word is. The Forge District, Garden District, and the Temple District, all clustered in the center. Those were clearly meant to tower over the rest of the city. Even though there were no hierarchy among the monster deities themselves, or at least from what we know. But then again, there's not much we really do know about those so-called monster deities, is there? Maybe. Sheriff protects the whole town. Oh. I think they changed out the salve now. Like, salve good, but I feel like 8 plus 1 is huge. Might be stupid though. One more. Oh, another one. Shit. One more? Crap. Why is the game like this? Alright, it's all good. Ooze. And a shifted ooze. Oh, they just changed from poison to burn. Weakness meaning that should do less damage towards me, right? And the more stacks of weakness, the less damage they're gonna do, question mark? Ooh, don't like that. Ten stacks of power. Maybe next turn I can try to deal damage with dragon. Ooh, 5 hits. Don't like that. My dragon just eats every hit. There should be a lot of damage. $84 on psychic. Mandragora, that's a easy 29. You should do this. And casual 90 damage for Mandragora. Oh, 2 lances? Yeah, that's why Dragon is crazy. On like carry or like late game, like after building the team for a bit, Dragon can go crazy with the damage. So that's why I want to give Dragon as much power stack as possible. Like that one support gives 3 stacks of power. Very, very crazy. Nice. That is... I'm so surprised how easy this is. Well, I don't know how I feel about the last boss though, to be honest, so... just a little bit worried here. On first hit, crit plus 2 poise damage. It's fire and earth. Probably gonna need wind attack. 4 times 3 wind damage against target enemy. Applies 2 dodge to self. 2 dodge? I don't know. Max health. I'll manage. To all enemy, weakness to all enemy, 2 regeneration to all allies. I kinda want this actually. I'll change out refreshment. Then you'll be fine. That was a big dunk. Hopefully. Psychic damage plus 1. Psychic damage plus 1. Oh, wait. Burp is doing a lot of psychic. Plus 1. I assume... Here's what I'm assuming. About WoW hit. WoW damage is really good though. I feel like WoW damage is going to be very important when it comes to that last void boss. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Let's grab that. Everybody knows, or thinks that I know, that the monster deity built Vigil together with the liberated monsterkin. And then the monster deities even lived here. Quite bizarre to think about, isn't it? They were only there for barely more than 100 years, and yet they had quite an impact on Terraste, I must admit. I guess. Purge 2 enemy eater. I feel like they're gonna have 10,000 eater. Is this gonna help? Probably not. Am I gonna buy it? Yeah. Gains aging. At the end of your turn, if this monster is 3 or more age, triggers an attack against each enemy that deals 1 times 5 fire wind damage for every 3 age stacks. Applies 1 weakness to each enemy. Oh. Aging every turn. Interesting. I don't like the hand though. Alright, here we go. Maybe we have more dialogue here. We finally made it back. I can still feel Chernobyl. I need to reach them again. Brace yourselves. No talking this time? I forgot about the flashbang. I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing flashbang. Bird creature. And back for more, I see. Oh, you are Chernobyl. I'm here to talk. Then you should not have come back. Oh shit. Chernobyl says, fuck you, we don't talk here. Right. Fair, fair. That's water and wind. Ooh, this is kind of bad, but I think I might have the right idea here. Do you do wind? No, that's a bad idea actually. That'll be dirty corruption though. if I do... Okay, don't do the free action. What did they do again? The bird pack, water damage, right? If it does water damage... I don't know. Why is it water and wind? Huh? I mean, I guess wind is good, but I don't have enough. I need one more hit. I'll do one of this still. The bricks. Oh, that saves dragon though. Oh, oops. I'll just do a normal hit here. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Oops. Okay, first round actually. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, what do we do? Get fucked. What do we do? Get fucked. Okay, That good, that good. Oh, that's fire damage. I think if Bird has Psychic, because Bird hit is wild damage. Here's what I think, right? I'm just gonna do a hit on Bird. Yeah, see, they do wild damage. And then if I just do get 15 more corruption. Fuck, fine, it's okay. Okay, now we can do anything we want for free. Okay, they full here, it's okay, it's okay. -1 corruption. Oh my god, 117 health on the dragon, I'm scared. Was it aging stack? Gosh, I feel like I might lose this one. It's okay, let's give it a try. I can do my usual shit now. I can give it a try. What? Oh yeah, I'm still blocking everything here. How do you have 12 what? Why do you have 12 terror stacks? The first hit of an incoming attack deals 1 additional damage for each stack of terror. Is converted into wild damage and consumes half of those stacks rounded up. Fuck me, that's what they do, okay. Oh, misses every time. Let's go. 5 terror. Oh, that's death. Oh, was it 3? Was it 3 misses? Oh, thank you very much, game. I don't think I'm gonna get this lucky again. Right. Fair, fair. It's wind. I'm a little bit scared. That's Glacial Smash, I think. And your hand is going to do Healing Brew? Yeah, Mandragora is lacking in free action. I never realized that until now. A free action could be huge here. But I don't have that, so let's not dwell on that, it's fine. It's okay. Break that shit. I have to hit the dragon first. I'm scared. Dragon's scary. Hiya. 9 terror. 12 terror. Oh. Ow. Ow. Again? Why do you like my dragon so much? I mean, I know why, but still. That's a win. Yeah, that's win. We can break it. All right, so far so good. Somehow, we take those. It's okay. The longer we prolong this fight, they can age, but we also can quote unquote age with the power of a dragon. Right? Let's give it a try. Nice, nice, nice. Many. They're gonna do Glacier Smash again. Best to use this. Oh. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh! Another 12? Alright, who got corrupted? No? Okay. Oh, brother. Yeah, let's transfer the stack. That's 10 stacks. Look at that. My monsters are also aging. You thought you thought only you have aging? What's your drum? Okay, we should do this then. Reduce some terror stacks if I can. Damage. Casual 36 for Mandragora. I think we can win. Okay, we could. I think we might. We can win. I think we can win. That's Earth, I think. Ah, shit. Well, I guess Mandragora has to... It's fine. Mandragora has to just not... It has to basic attack, essentially. I think I can risk getting 15 corruption, I think. I'll do this, it's okay. It's just a team-wide attack right now is so valuable. I'm willing to risk that 15 corruption that I'm gonna get. Ow! Vampire Seed hurts? This is bad. Oh, they age. Oh, they age. Oh no. Oh no. I think it's time to panic. I think it's time to panic. And two. Just ignore the corruption, I think. Ignore the corruption. Ignore the corruption. It's okay. All my skills are getting stolen from them. That's what it meant. Oh, hiya, I didn't even know. I was like, why can I not use this? And I was like, oh. Did the clone dragon get some power share? Yeah, the clone dragon did a fire dash. Also, hi Dragon Colony. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty okay. Still a little bit more sick than usual, but I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll do basic attack on this. It's so not worth, but it's okay. I forgot Monster Flash exists. Come on, bring it home. Okay, nice dodge. I love you, bird. Oh my god, 45 on first hit. No. Their age is way scarier. It's okay. It's a good try. It's a good try. I figured this is gonna happen too because too supportive, right? The team too supportive. Burb can take this out, I believe. Watch this. Ignore the corruption. And get absolutely farbanucked. 14 shield, immediately gone. Oh my god, how many what? 58 on first hit. Fair, this is a fair run. This is a fair death. This is not bullshit, this is a very fair death. Oh my god, everything went downhill when Mandragora just get one-shotted. Give me a second. Dang, I feel like if I play better on that one, I might be able to win. Yeah, I didn't think about the dragon is like that scary. In such a short time, giving like 6 or 5 stacks of power to the boss. And then also I feel like I could just do a snow charm, let it stack like 3, 4, 5 stacks of power. Meaning that I should let dragon attack every time. How is my dragon dealing the most damage out of all? Why not bird? Excuse-moi? Damage prevented. It was a good run. I feel like I could have played better there, definitely. It truly is. I've seen this one. This is our first encounter. Oh, I already bought everything from you? Oh, crazy. Oh shit, I didn't even know. Kitty, Ivy. Yeah, back. I want Steve. I got lots of stuff for them. You really are eager to trade them, aren't you? Yes. Alright, I'll take a look. Good. Good. Kitty. Frog. Thank you, Kitty. I don't know what I buy for, actually. So, Sirix, I suppose you also can't tell me about the mysterious disappearances of the monster deities? That is correct. Of course. Sorry. Really though, Sirix, who's to say I wasn't a monster in one of my past lives? I take it you're quite old, so it's even possible that I already met you in a past life. And perhaps I was even one of your monsters in that life. Isn't it funny to imagine? It is possible, but I think you're putting a little bit too much thought into it. Oh, come on. I haven't even started reading on the first chapter of My Life as an Ooze to you yet. Lily is so precious, oh my goodness. Have you ever been to Aquil, the capital of Aquila, Syriax? I have. It's beautiful and very structured. It is a marvel of architecture, designed by former Halt, another one of the original 15 Aethermancers. They call them the Rogue Aethermancer, although I'm not too sure why. Former Halt has been known to act independently of all other Aethermancers. They have always followed their own principles and ideas. You and them are quite alike, aren't you? What do you have? I like this one. Oh, I forgot about this. If all of the Aethermancer's monster would die, get safe from death and said, yeah. This could have saved that run, I feel like. The death save. But it is what it is. Actually, I wanna check the time. That one run took almost 3 hours? Crazy. See, the thing is, I kinda want to play more. But also, my throat getting painful now. Oh. It'll be such a short stream though if I just end it here. I mean, short, I guess it's like 3 hours. No, I'll do another run. And because I want to win a run with Dragon, I'll give it a try again. I'm actually not really the mayor. Pilgrim's Rest is not really big enough to have a mayor. And nobody voted for me either, but nobody cares. And technically, we're part of the domain of Vigil, the holy city, even though it hasn't had a ruler in almost 600 years. It doesn't make a lick of sense, but that's a law for ya. Basically, what it boils down to is, we're in a neutral zone, no man's land. I have no money for you. Unlike yesterday's short 6-hour run. Or 6-hour stream. I still believe in Tekken. I mean, honestly though, I can just save and quit at any point, so if I'm really too tired or painful, then I'll just save and quit. Oh! Taking Shield Age. Dodge, Heal, Terror. I like this. I like Boile de Goile. Boile de Goile. I want the Boile de Goile. Yeah, Boile de Goile. Lily? And seeing you with your monster never ceases to amaze me, Sirix. I wish I could tame some monsters on my own. I wonder how that creepy merchant did it. Do I need to... Mandragora Mythic 2 might be off to a better start. Warden First Body. I'll just get EXP. Nice. Thank you, Lily. Shiny dog? There's a shiny dog. Or... Oh, I already have shiny dog. I didn't know. For every 15 healing this monster receives or applies to ally, apply psychic self. This? I just realized this could be really fucking good. Because if I just keep spamming heal, I can build a lot of like strength. I can build a lot of power stacks, right? And every time I trigger a sidekick from Dragon, it will get transferred anyway, so I think this is really good, and I want it. Give me ether crystals. Oh. Yeah, 15. So if I heal like this, I can constantly transfer one stack of power. Oh my god, damage. Chicken is so crazy. Oh, the one it transfers is a temporary power though. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Oh. You can have this as well? So... Oh, I can spam sidekick. Well, hell yeah, I guess. Build. Oh, sun is shining directly at my face again. Right, what do we have? Apply Psychic to this monster and applies 2 essence to its attached minions. This monster can alert any attacks? Huh? That's weird. Oh, no attack, so only support? Interesting kitty, I guess. However, I want to try out Frenek actually. I know my build currently is not really very poison oriented, but I feel like Frenek could deal crit damage, and I want to focus on crit for Frenek, so let's give it a try. Frenek is squishy though, so keep in mind. Using the power of that fierce foe that usually hides in Forbidden Fortress to your own advantage? Clever! Oh, the gargoyle. Excelsior. Let's give it to Fennec. Nice, give me the teeth. What happens to a soul once its host dies? It depends on its amount of worthiness gathered. Destroyed as well, lost to the ether? It grows mad, being reborn as a dangerous monster. Is it the first one? If they are worthy, they can become like monsterkin or something better. And if they are not worthy, they become monsters. That's why we have Airtomancers, something like that, I think. Yeah. All souls are waiting to be reborn. Depending on the amount of worthiness they've gathered, they are either reborn as a monster, animal, human, monsterkin, or even ascendant in Calum. Never lost, only scattered, awaiting rebirth. Thank you, Lorgar. I need to turn down the camera brightness again. This should do. This quad doggo? One health is unfortunate. Wow. Nice. Feels like something is cooking here. Jack, whoa, that's some disguise you got there, pal. I don't have a disguise. I'm really I'm really an Aethermancer. Eh, good one. Around here people call me Sly Dog Jack, but you can just call me Jack. I'm Syriac, so what are you doing here? I figured I'll scope up the place, look if I could find some safe zones, you know? Then I'll offer guided tours to the roofs, call it something like Horrors of the Void. You want in? I don't think that's a good idea. Yeah, the void's kinda shifty, and that's coming from me. That path behind you seems straightforward enough. I'll be heading that way then, alright? Right, we good. Oh. Nice. Basic attack kills? Oh my god. Maybe this team has more damage than I thought. Oh, nice. On crit, deals a 3 wild damage hit, triggers up to once per action. Debuff deals 4 more damage against enemies. Allies gain 15% crit chance. Holy! And that's a trade? I'm taking that, of course. Like, gosh diggity dang, that's a lot of crit chance. Shiny flick. We found a shiny flick. Oh, it's water damage. Oh, this breaks it. Well, dragon has to attack. We'll be fine. Nice. Oh, that kills? Here? What does Shiny Worm do? Dodge instead of regen alignment. Oh! Oh, Fnac has regen? I didn't even realize. Two times sidekick? Do you not get sidekick? For every 15 healing this monster receive or applies. All receive or apply. Oh fuck shit. Okay, I sorry. I couldn't read. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, maybe this team is really not bad. I'm feeling hopeful. I want this. Applies 2 psychic, and then he heals, and I can get another 2 psychic. Might be very painful. Always eat the spring. Lances 1 corruption from each of the monster. We have shield, so this is not too important. I'll give fire a try. Render loot drops 35% chance to have a higher tier. I'll give it a try. Blessed Pawn. 10 gold, 6 corruption from all monster. How much gold do I have? 18? Sure. Why does the game not allow me to have 2 dragon or even 3 dragon? Would be nice. Oh, that destroyed the purges? That's unfortunate. Wow. This could be funny. 3 sidekick? Oh no! That one shot kills. Huge punch. 36. 6 sidekick does 36 damage. Night catches now. Welcome. Night dragon. Yeah, that just kills. You pause. I like Pause. Pause. Good. Also, I hope Patches now are doing good. Paws are cute. Hi, Tiger. Paws are nice. I love paws. Hope Tiger is doing good. Oh, it purges, right. And then this one just staggers because of sidekick. Yeah, fine. I'm indeed doing well. I just sat down with a delicious meal. Ooh, sounds good. Oh my god. That interrupts. Nice. Watch this nuke. Nuke punch. Oh. It's a free action. 4x4 damage against target enemy. It has plus 25% crit chance though. I think this is kind of scary. Since Fnac will be the dedicated attacker, yeah, I'm taking this one. Even though regrow looks heckin' amazing, but maybe I should get regrow. It's a free action. And I can still use my current attacking skills first. I want the free action. That free action looks amazing. It only costs 1 ether as well. Critical boon. Oh. Tree corruption on failure? 50%, right? I believe in this. I believe in Funek. Watch this. Oh shit. Yeah, dragon. Go Funek. Hiya. Yeah. Easy. Good job, Funek. Oh, is this it? I didn't know I already explored everything here. Loot drop rare? With that fire boon, maybe this is good. Merchant is not that good since I don't have a lot of money to spend for now. What the? Thank you, Tiger. Oh, they didn't even give me any equipment. Right, here we go. I'm a little bit scared, but I think this should be fine. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh, wow, nice. That's gonna hurt. Wham! 81! Casual 81 punch. I'm gonna punch. I want to purge as much as possible here. Oh, no sidekick on that. Maybe it's not that worth. Ooh, that hurt. Toxic Smash. Oh my god, okay. Okay, that was lucky. Yeah, this should kill. That kills. Eat the crystals. Whenever this monster generates or consumes ether, shield self equal to the amount of generated or consumed ether. Every 50 healing of your allies. Oh hell yeah, okay. On every 2 support actions applies power to self. I need this. Plus 3 crit damage. Every 3rd hit of an action is a crit. For multi-target action, it is every 2nd hit against each monster instead. Is this good? I kinda want to reroll and see what I get. I have 4 rerolls. Oh, it's Maverick. Your allies gain crit chance for every regeneration stack on them. Each attack consumes 1 regeneration? Oh. Wait. I mean, I have regrow that gives regeneration. Heckin' yep. A dragon yep. Noodle. I'm taking this first. I feel like this for late game is really good. Maybe at some point I can give super mega regeneration stacks. Oh, I forgot to search for teeth. I've seen that already. And Purchase Eater is kind of fun. Eater Spring. I want as much Eater Spring as possible. I think I use more Water Eater. Yeah, I use more Water Eater. Shiny book? I'll do a basic attack because it's a wild hit. And I'm going to break the poise. And then next turn I can capture that thing. Shiny book. Nice. Coco? Uh-oh, my camera is being janky now. Tekken. Huge punch. For neck is kind of... For neck is kind of... paper. I've been hit. I can't catch the combo. And combo has to be caught by chance only. I don't think I can outturn the fish game to guarantee a combo catch. Oh. I don't know about this one. Oh. Noisy car. I wanna re-roll the skill once and see what can I get. No, again. Oh, it's a free action. Sure, I'll use that free action for now. I'm feeling the equipment boon is not doing anything. I also don't want to do this anymore. I'm starting to feel like the sidekick for Dragon is not that good actually. It's not Sim. It's a different ping name dragon. Oh. I assume you meant solar. Sidekick on dragon is bad. Really bad. I realize now. It's so bad. I cannot nuke anymore. Ui. That hurt a lot. Mm, 12 sidekick stack. All enemies equal the amount of shield on this monster. Reroll. This could be good. No free action for Boiler the Goiler though. Who's that? Whoa, who's that? We have a goat monster? Dark Elder. Feed the Void. Gains aging. When another allied minion dies, generate Wild Eater and applies X terror to the enemy with the lowest amount of terror. X is the amount of age on this monster. Oh! Yeah, I think this is just hidden monster. Or, I don't know. Every 2 age generate Wild Eater. Whoa! 2 of these gain aging? I might be able to do this. Capture on first round, maybe? Oh, well, I guess not. Unless... I need wind, right? Wind, earth, fire, wind. Maybe? Okay. Punch him? Oh. I'm stupid. I still use the thing. Mine. Age summon terror. 1 age per turn for aging. Oh, okay. There's so much wild ether. I should have gotten some shield skills, I think. Oh? Yeah, sidekick on Dragon Bane. I should find Lily. Oh. Oh, I know this skill. Whoop and Tinker use this skill to win. Well, hell yeah, I'm taking this. Debuff cleanse. Debuff cleanse +2 is kind of huge. I'm gonna scrap the salve actually. I'm trying to find if there's like a hidden map around. Let's get random NPC. Please be Lily. I'm gonna change out the quicken on Tekken. Oh. Beware, Syriax. This environment is truly treacherous. Oh, the gargoyle. We've seen this one. Trade common for epic? Oh my god, yeah. %, crit chance and 10% evasion. The wild conversion is so good though. Drum is good on its own, but the poison hit and initial temporary power is not that good. I'm taking the banner for this. Get the soup. I'm sorry. Forgot about my free action. I used too much Iato. Alright, here we go. Actually, just an airstrike. Oh, they gave them so much buff though. Where's my hand like that? Hi, Siri. Weird. Hi, weird. Hope Siri is doing good. My model is janky because the sun is shining directly in my face right now. Boy, so much burn. Sleepy but okay. Busy with chores today. How have you been feeling better? Oh, sadly I'm feeling worse today. I don't know how, I don't know why, but oh. I was hoping to feel better today. It's like, oh. That hurt? The wing hugs. 16 wild Aether in a turn. Heck yeah. And how did they get 9 stacks of burn like that? Definitely needs more pet and hugs. I mean, that does sound good. I like that. Lavender time? I like lavender. Oh, I need this. Corruption cleanse. I have too much corruption right now. That's gonna help a little bit. Nice. That looks like another shiny book. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's bad. Skip fire. Okay. Thanks for the hug. I like hug. Airstrike. Oh my god. Mega punch. So far, only Gargoyle is like doing real damage here. Funek needs some work. Dragon, I just need to change out that trait. One damage and 15% crit chance. It's not that good. Unless Boiler the Goiler has skills that generate shields instead of just like keep healing, you know? I want to take this, and if I have more chance to meet Lily, I want to reroll an attack on Boiler the Goiler, and I want to reroll a trait for Dragon. So I'm taking this one first. Karom? I'm Karom. I heard the monsters in the void were scary, but honestly, I guess I'm just built different. Wait, who the heck are you? I'm just an Ethermancer. I'm Syriax. Whoa, give me kind of jump there. Can you do me a solid though? Can you tell me the way back to Pilgrim's Rest? Not that I'm spooked or anything. I'll knock some sense into those monsters over there, and then I'll head back. Sure, just follow the path behind me. Nice. By the way, do you think Gustavo will still have time? Will still have some of that warm tea I had back? I don't know. Oh, old broken cobalt horn. That's sad. The broken cobalt horn. Maybe it's not that sad. How much corruption am I having right now? How hell? We got numbers. Uh-oh. They're really aiming for Fnac now. Oh, 1 health? That is so sad. That one punch is the saddest thing ever. Big. Nice. Plus 3 crit damage is really good. Yeah, I'll get this. I guess that's nice. Oh, which E? Lily. Welcome to the Forbidden Fortress, T-Rex. Spooky, isn't it? This is where Commander Torment stood his ground against the army of Gotland many centuries ago. Some say that the tortured souls of the warriors who died here still haunts these halls, but we both know that's nonsense. It's the cult of Ether that haunts these halls. Just ask that creepy merchant that's always lurking around you. Let's reroll a trade for dragon. I don't need quicken. I want to try out something, but not blood pack again. Also, I want to close the curtain. And open up the lights real quick. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights. Oh. I'm back. I want to re-roll again. I don't want to do blood pack again. I already did that. Give me something cool. No. Re-roll again. Aww. When you reach 5 ether of the same element, purges one enemy ether of the same element and applies power to self. Straight power? I could use this. Thank you, Lily. I might lose this one actually, I feel like. Being slapped. like the guaranteed 2 poison. You're going for the boss mechanics aren't real strategy? No. I'm still sort of like looking at the tides of the void, something like that. I try to avoid wind whenever possible. Oh, okay, that kinda hurt. Yeah, that's death. I see assault, it's just death. Fire? Oh, GG. Oh, have fire. Of course you would choose fire now. Yeah. You already have so much. You have so much wild ether. Just one more for you shouldn't hurt. Next turn I'm gonna convert. Yeah, I'm breaking that. Hi, awesome. Ooh, you cute Chinook. Oh my god. 5 is a bad number for Star Spawn. Bad for me or bad for Star Spawn? Hope you're doing good, awesome. GG. 1 health? Holy. Oh, give me a second. What was the buff again? What do they not want me to do again? I forgot the element, I didn't see. See on your bar? Oh, Earth, okay. I forgot to convert the stack. Yeah, I think someone's dead here. No shield and then icy assault. It's nice knowing you. No shield. That's a death save, but still, I should bring more like shield, but oh. Gargoyle shield. Boiler the Goiler is like a really good shield. Last time I used them, I focused on shield. I got no corruption at all. But I got 0 skill that gives like shield, which is so upsetting. Right, transferring stack. Hopefully that's gonna hurt a lot. Enough to kill. $143. Get fucked. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've seen permafrost before. Ooh, yeah, this is a much better reaction. Finette. Explosive burst. Critical hit, purge one enemy ether. I can't really get any regeneration, so the trait is useless again. Oh. If I get five critical hits here. Wait. 2 times 5. 2 is the attacking number, right? And then 5 is the damage number. Because if 2 is the attacking number, then this skill is pretty much just useless. I mean, useful. Two purges, but still only 2. I don't really get this. Everyone gets regeneration. Yeah, I remember the trick. I got this. Allies gain gain 15% crit boost when poison stacks are out. Yeah, but I have regeneration stack that gives one regeneration give 15% crit chance. Ooh, everything is so like alang. That I think that applies for all allies as well. Your allies gain, yeah, your allies. I'm taking this. I can change out Toxic Slash. Okay. I mean, the build is all over the place, but I still want to give it a try. Do you know anything about the Cult of Aether? Of course, but around here they are better known as the Cult of Void nowadays. That sounds concerning. A little bit, yeah. It just ignores it. At the start of your turn, shoot cell for 4. I might want to give this to Fnac, just so Fnac can have survivability. Fnac is so paper. Fnac is so paper. I'll give it to Fnac. Yeah, I'll give it to Fnac. I got through Star Spawn. I'm very surprised that I got through Star Spawn with with what I have currently. Nice, lucky. No shield. This is actually just bad luck. You get the health then. I cannot believe it. And here comes the bad luck. It's okay, it happens. It's the nature of the roguelike games, it's fine. Oh. F +5, crit damage +2. I mean, 2 banners. Sure, 2 banners, I'll take it. I would say 2 banners is not that bad. Is that shiny Minokawa? Oh my god. Yo, purple, holy shit, that bird looks crazy good. Break that poise, I need that thing. I need that thing. Oh, this breaks. Yeah, break it first, break it first. Wait, no, I already used my thing. Okay, next turn. Let's do some shielding. Inspect burp. Gain aging. The first hit of each attack of this monster deals +1 damage for every 2 buff stacks on it, and shield self equal to the amount. Shiny bird is what I need. The fucking fuck? Imagine the amount of buff stacks that I have always on my team. I know what to do. I'm capturing this bird. Alright, let's shield up. Prepare for the onslaught for now. I didn't break them. Oh, I'm actually dumb as fuck. Oh my god. Hardening. Ooh. That bird definitely got something hardening out of me. Am I weird? Probably. So birds still do psychic. So cool. Yeah, I'm gonna do this first. It's okay. Shiny bird. Oh my goodness. Even if it loses the run, you get a shiny bird? True. That's a win in my book. Normally retaliate. I think this might kill Fnac actually. GG. Ooh. One more hit. Well, Fnac survived. Nice miss. Hit +1? Oh? Oh no! Oh yeah, I don't have the scorpion still. Ooh. That almost killed. I can't believe it, I actually don't have enough ether to use. Or barely enough actually, I feel like. That's a huge one hit. I'm just gonna do this. Okay, this breaks. I'm just gonna do it. Don't die. Nice. Oh. God damn. That hurt like crazy.
Emotional damage.
Not bad. Okay. Do we reach 5 ether of the same element? Heal all allies for... I need more ether actually. I wanna roll again? Whenever this monster generates or consumed ether, shield self equal to the amount generated or consumed ether. Oh, I mean, okay, this it's survivability, right? Survivability. It's fine. But I feel like the amount of ether is kind of like lackluster currently. I kind of wish I have more shiny kitty. Kinda wish I have more, but do I still have memento? I don't think I have. Fuck, I don't have black memento! No! I hate this game. I hate this game. I don't want to play anymore. Why am I still here? I want the shiny kitty. Secular Master. So Exalted still feel the same, but Psychic General. Huh? You feel the same. Ether instead of healing. Oh, it's a trade. Oh. 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 Yeah. Why am I still here? Just to suffer. I want the shiny kitty. At least I get dragon pets. Okay, we good. I'm gonna hit kitty out of spite. Oh shit, I didn't mean to kill. Well, it's okay, I don't have memento. I didn't think that kills, to be honest.
Emotional damage.
I'll do it again. Slightly different elements. Oh yeah, didn't think about that. I think, yeah, probably slightly different element. Nice. Get staggered. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong? This psychic just 107 punch. Truly the mega punch, holy shit. Miss. Unfortunate. Oh my god. Flame fire stars? Eight stacks. Here comes the roll. Nice. Oh. Oh, I should get permafrost first. It's just boiled. If I get permafrost, Boiler the Goiler will have the least survivability in this team, which is kind of funny, but I'll take it. If this monster has 2 or more regeneration, apply Psychic to self, triggers regeneration on self, and it consumes another regeneration stack. Where? Whenever regeneration stacks are applied to an ally, applies an additional stack. The healing with regeneration stack is reduced by 1. Oh, I mean, good. I can get a lot of regeneration stack, and that's what I need. Hell yeah, that's good. Blossoming Strike suddenly becomes super duper good. No, I still want shield on Fnick. Oh, there's more. I should do this more often. Aha! What damage am I doing again? Water. Water. Okay, 2 water. I guess you do wind? Oh, I mean 2 water, I'll get water. Nice. Oh, that's a small map. I guess I can go to a cook and then just cleanse my corruption currently. Corruption is too high. Would you look at that? It's been quite a while since I've last visited the Garden District. I used to come here often to collect all kinds of exotic herbs. They were implanted long ago and have spread far and wide ever since. I had chef's dream, if you will. But ever since that void opened up, with more monsters around here than ever before, I just didn't bother heading this far anymore. But now things have changed. I'm gonna take back what's rightfully mine and give it straight to your hungry little monsters. Oh my god. Nah, Dragon can take Dragon can take more corruption, that's fine. Ooh. I like evasion. Nice, thank you, Myrn. Miner. How do I pronounce your name actually? Myrne. Myrne. Yeah, just do this. So apply 2 regeneration should apply 4? Oh, 3. Oh my god, the first miss is so sad. Okay, good. Is that another retaliation? Why? Another retaliation against my dragon, but my dragon never attacks. Ooh, that's weird. Oh, I'll stagger this one. Holy pain. They should kill. Unless the first hit miss. Right, we fine, thank goodness. Give me ether crystals. Oh, already? Oh, these maps are small. Right, let's go find Lily again. I want to try to reroll action for Boiler de Goyle. See if I can actually reroll a skill that gives more shield. Or maybe reroll a free action here. But not enough ether though. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. We have arrived in Vigil. Feels momentous, doesn't it? The Garden District has always been an imposing place to be in, like being in the presence of the master deities themselves. The void has only added to the otherworldly atmosphere. Try action of Boiler de Goyle. I want to change out Hurricane Punch, I guess? Hurricane Punch. I hope this will help you and Boiler de Goyle. Apply to the shield equivalent to the remaining ether. Deals damage to target enemy equal to the amount of shield on this monster. Oh, it uses so much ether. I have 3 reroll? Do I want this? I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of shield, but still... Did my stream DC? Not to me. Looks fine on my end. Another ping on Discord? No, that's the yesterday's one. Yesterday I pinged once because I ate the medicine that causes me to have drowsiness. So I was like I had to lie down on bed immediately after that, and then I started the stream at about 2:30 in the afternoon, so that I was like, oh, that's a double ping. So yeah, I thought you could ping already. Ah, but there's another ping. Haha. Get pinged, ED. I ping the dragon. I want to reroll again. Applies temporary power to target ally, then shield for 2 for each power stack. It's a free action. God damn it. It's a free action. Alright, we're gonna fight the hand. Also, hope Narex is doing good. I'm very worried with how much corruption I have right now. I should still do this first, it's fine. I'll do a purge, I'm scared. Ow. I feel like this one is only okay. Now that I see it, this one is only okay. Only cyclical play. This is my second run. Yee, I'm not playing that much. This is my second run. I'm slow. 我很慢的。Ooh, I don't like that. No evasion or something? This is a much better free action here. Steal? Uh-oh. Yeah, for the free action, that one is like the best one. Heals and shields. I think Clance's debuff is still like really good. And use too much wild aether for now. Uh-oh. Oh, I think that kills. Unfortunate. Just the right amount of damage as well. I thought it's enough survivability for Frenek. Frenek is too paper.
Emotional damage.
It's a lost run, I'm pretty sure. Something is missing in this team, and it's shield, right? I'm pretty sure the Boiler the Gorilla has skill that fucking shields everyone, but for the love of God, I cannot ever get that. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 15 stacks of strength, and it's all gone. I forgot about that. That was me being stupid. Basic damage would do. See if I can win this with basic attack. Would be kind of funny if both of them just like stands towards the end. Stand until the end. Never back down. What does weakness do? Reduce the damage of each hit by 3. Each hit consumes a stack. Oh no. By 3? Oh, yeah, I'm not surviving this. Oh my god, that doesn't do anything. Okay, do this first. Round 10? Just keep healing. I'm stacking the real power stack on Boiler the Goiler here. Four punches now? Oh no. I have too many weakness stack. GG. 4 hits. Ay caramba, 4 hits. How dumb can I be, honestly? I rolled away the only attack that Boiler the Goiler has. The only attack. If I have Hurricane Punch, I might stand a chance, but oh my god, I'm actually pissed at myself. I never been so pissed. Holy shit. Dumb bitch be like, no attacking allowed. Honestly though, I lost because I'm being stupid, so... Hey, we learn. Such is the nature of roguelike games. This is fine. Like, Fnac is too paper though. Yeah, same, me too. I didn't think Dragon's going to get hit by 4 times in a row. I just didn't think about that, so yeah, that was unfortunate. Because I was thinking about, like, I want to spend the sidekick stack at the next turn. I think the game hurt me, so it's like, oh yeah, let me just hit you 4 times in a row with a punch. So unfortunate, but it's okay. It happens, it happens. Yeah, Fnac is just so underperforming here. I mean, Fnac has good crit, but something's missing. Either Fnac is too paper. Got nice big fish today. Would you like to have some? It's freshly grilled. I sadly can't eat food anymore. You have to enjoy it on your own. You don't eat? Well, I guess the flames will make it quite difficult, wouldn't they? I hope you don't mind me asking, how do you get your energy then? Food powers my body, I'll have you know. My body is infused with so much ether, it simply sustains itself. I believe it also draws in tiny amounts of ether from around us. At least that's what it feels like sometimes. Really? How long does that own energy last? It feels infinite. I can't say for sure that it is though. If it ever runs out, it won't be anytime soon, that much I'm sure of. So, you might live forever? Almost, I would say. Wow, you truly are the stuff of legends, aren't you? I still cannot win a run with Dragon, oh my goodness. I think I didn't get enough consistent shield generation on Goyle to do it without a direct tank. Exactly. Like, I got so many chances. I keep rerolling the skill for Boiler the Goyle, but I sadly cannot even get like a good team-wide shield generation skill. All I get is heal, which is kind of weird, but it is what it is though, right? Roguelike, you never know what you're gonna get. Ooh, have you seen the guy with big crystal and cool mask? You mean the merchant? Yeah, we've met quite a couple of times. Why do you ask? He looks so cool and scary. I guess he does. I want to be like that too. Please, I need teeth. Alright, give me a second. Oh, 14. Bye bye, kitty. Quite a lot of monsterkin know about the cult of Ether. Or at least they know the name, and that it's some kind of secret religion that's been around for ages. I don't know much about it myself, to tell the truth. I never paid much attention to matter of belief. It's been around since the Dark Ages. Humankind ruled over monsterkin, and soul ruled over humankind. I believe it was a way for the enslaved monsterkin to view their own plight from a more detached perspective. Humankind, soul, even Terrestrial itself, they are all insignificant to the grand scheme of ether, cosmos, and void. But I'm sure that creepy merchant can tell you more about that. Dark Elder. There's one more? Well, at least I got everyone here. Oh! Whenever damage is dealt to this monster's shield, deal a combined water and wind hit to the attacker with that much damage. Oh, wow. And then apparently there's more after special. What exactly is the Count of Ether? And how did the shift to the Count of Void come about? Ah, an interesting question. To answer it, we need to take a few steps back. Soul may have created Terraste, but Soul is but a child of the Aether, and Aether is but a child of the cosmos. And Aether has a twin. Life and death, good and evil, order and chaos. It's the same, really. So you're saying the followers of the cult of Aether switched from worshipping Aether to Void? Yeah, they simply realigned their beliefs within the cosmic spectrum. First they were the cult of Aether, now they are the cult of Void. But why the sudden change? Because of the voids that's open here? Exactly. The Forbidden Fortress has served us as a perfect hideout, you see. And then the entire area was swallowed by the void. Well, it's made some people think they were chosen by the void. Are you among those people by any chance? Of course not. I'm not one of those fools who claims to hear the whispers of the ether or the void or anything else. I'm just interested in the grander scheme of things is all. What's beyond Terraste, you know? I see. That is surprisingly reasonable. I like the merchant. Sir Tiberian in the Void. Living legend? Oh. You want to know about Myrna? Her restaurant's the only place in Pilgrim's Rest where I don't hold authority. That's all I'll say. Oh. No money. Greetings, Syriax. It is almost time to hand in my report to the Void's status. You have been a great asset to my research. I'll be sure to mention all your efforts. Please do not. Why? This would likely give you a head start in Aquilas, enabling you to quickly climb the ranks. You've proved quite capable here. Do you not want adequate recognition? I like keeping a low profile. I don't want my name to be connected to anything. If you must mention me, I deeply request that you abstain from covering my name. This is highly unusual. Since you've done such a great deal in moving this research along, I'll comply with your request. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the leg, Sorrow. This game's so cute. I know. This game cute and fun as heck. Funky Town? To Cobalt Town? If I could shout right now, I would. Sorrow so cute? I know, right? Yeah, that was 2 run. Took almost 5.5 hours. Gosh golly goo goo wow wow. Each run takes a long time in this game. Maybe I'm just slow, but still. Alright, let's save and quit. I need to lie down. I hate being sick. I don't like being sick. Mm. Need to find music. Also, hi, Coffee Benzer. I would guess that they are going to add more zones as alternates. Probably. Solo Dwagon and Solo Neighbor are both cute, this is proven the fact. I agree, it is a fact. Nice announcement. I approve the announcement. Ooh, Zeus is Treman. Heck, lies not cute, true? I think any dragon in my book is cute. In any way possible, so... Maybe I'm biased as a kobold, but dragons are cute, I love them. And dragon number 1. I love. I'm gonna raid Zeus. I wanna raid Zeus. I'll raid Zeus. I'll raid the very cool dog. I have a coffee. I wanna plug my things. Oh yeah, I saw Merp has been playing Mega Monk as well. I have the game wishlisted. I'm gonna get my Counter-Strike money and gonna buy it. I got the new laptop in Counter-Strike, which the price is dropping rapidly. It went from like 180 to 50 and now 13. So I guess the laptop is shit, I don't know. But I got 11 out of it. And now I have 11, so might be getting closer to getting that Mega Monk soon. But yeah, coffee helps. And I have a Discord channel as well. Yeah. Dragon Sipping Corner. That's it. Alright, and I announced my stream stuff over there as well on Discord. And there's a rate message. I think... yeah, that should be it. Let me type in a raid to Zeus. Oh, Brecky is there too, heck yeah. I just saw Brecky's over there. Good, we're raiding into a cool dog and a dragon then. Right, I typed in the raid. I don't think I'm missing anything. If I do, I don't know. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Zeus Pup. Yeah. And the dragon pet, oh my god. That pet is so, like, so heckin' good, I'm gonna cry. Best pet emote I've seen. I'm thinking that... oh! Yeah! This is what I wanted to say on the start of the stream. I haven't forgotten about the Monster Hunter Pokemon, and yeah, I'm going to continue playing it tomorrow. since I think Mancer is already like repetitive here, right? It's a roguelike game. I'm willing to just play it off stream now, right? And just see how far I can go. Maybe I'll update you guys with some of the new stuff or some of the cool stuff that I did in Mancer. Share it to my Discord or something like that. But yeah, I'm not gonna stream Mancer tomorrow. Instead, I'll play Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald tomorrow. So hopefully you guys look forward to that, because I am looking forward to playing more of that. And maybe find Malzino or Guga over there. So yeah, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. One third of the way getting a 3D render. Oh, heck yeah.